The Niners on third down. A perfect 3 for 3 as they look to keep that streak going. This will be 3rd and 19. Shakes off the sack. Flush to his right. He'll wind up getting 4 yards there on his own, but it also brings up 4th down.
Nice call on defense, rolling out the nickel package for that big 3rd down play, and they did an excellent job locking down coverage and forcing him to try and run for it, and he doesn't get there, which brings up a big 4th down call.
So on 4th down, here's the Australia native Mitch Wishnowski to punt this one away. And no return here. Where will they spot it? They say just outside the 20-yard line. The Giants offense and receiver Malik Neighbors headed onto the field. And it may be time for this defense to start throwing a second defender his way, because whatever they've done, it has not worked in this first half. The Giants offense at the line, ready to begin their next drive. And after the field goal last time, we'll see what they can get here. At least they got points out of the last drive, Charles.
I've never met an offensive coach that didn't want to drive to end with a kick. Most of them wanted to end with a PAT, right? In this case, a field goal, they'll take it. Way better than the alternative, which is a punt.
Yeah, but you met fan bases that wanted that, that weren't happy with that field goal.
I haven't met a fan base yet that wants to drive to end with a kick, other than the extra point. That's it.
Winston. There's a short one to the tight end, Johnson. And he's able to get this one up to his 30 before he's out of bounds. And just 3 yards on the catch there. He couldn't get away. And 3rd and 1 now. So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down. 3rd down, here's Tracy. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. First down for the Giants as they pick up 12. 2 minutes to play in this first half. 7-3 our score. In motion goes the tight end. To throw is Winston. There's a short one caught by Johnson. So the completion good for 6 yards, and that'll bring up 2nd down.
They gave up the completion there, but this is what zone defenses count on. Catching the ball and not much run after the catch.
Here now, 2nd and 4. Throwing, Winston. Able to locate his man Slayton on an out route. And he'll cross over out of bounds right at the 25. That'll wind up a gain of 27 on the catch and run.
And that play came together really well for them as he found open space, makes the catch, and gets down to the 1 yard line. You know he's kicking himself right now. He thought he had a chance to get a touchdown and put that in his ledger. Instead, his team gets a chance to cash in over these next few plays.
This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Now Winston. This one is Slayton over the middle. And they'll work it inside the 15-yard line before it's all said and done. Another connection between the two. This one good for 12 and a 1st down.
What a drive this has been, just chewing up the yardage. And here's one of their best plays yet as they finally get down into the red zone and look to finish this off with 6.
Here's a 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line. They'll throw again. Winston. Throwing into traffic there, and that's complete. The Giants going to go ahead and use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. From the 5 now, 2nd and a yard. Here's Winston. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
Well, Brandon, we see why it's a team game there, because there's a sigh of relief that they just released defensively. If he's able to get that one away, that's likely a touchdown. But instead, that pressure from the front got to him and forced the incompletion.
You're right. He had him open just a split second too late on the release. Working out of the gun, Winston. And he will take it on in for a Giant touchdown.
Malik Neighbors, a 5-yard touchdown. And the Giants will take the lead here in the final minute of the first half. That could be an important swing right there, a touchdown in the final minute of the half to take the lead.
And I like the point you just made there. Could be an important swing because now that they have the lead, if they can carry that into the locker room at the half, they'll feel really good about what they accomplished in the first 2 quarters.
Graham Gano on for the extra point. And it's through, and that makes the lead 10-7. A good drive that time as they go 9 plays in all. And it was polished off by a Giants touchdown. Gano now following the touchdown here to kick it away.
And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. Well, the Niners going back on offense now late in this first half. A slim deficit here in a 1-possession game. Not much time left, obviously. We'll see if they can march this down the field, at least get 3 and take some momentum into the locker room.
Just over 30 seconds to go in the half. They've got it 1st and 10.
Play action, and now here's Purdy to throw it.
And that is incomplete.
And that's one of those plays where it's hard to keep 2 eyes on the football when you know the contact's coming, let alone getting 2 hands around it, hugging it to your body, and absorbing the hit, even for those big tight ends who you would think could absorb that contact.
Here's 2nd and 10. Here's Purdy.
And he'll slide to a halt here, still a little shy of the first down marker. The 49ers now going to use the first of their timeouts, as the clock will stop with 21 seconds to go here in the first half.
This now a 3rd and 4. Purdy will set up to throw it here. He's got his running back out of the backfield.
Now San Francisco going to call their 2nd timeout. So that means they're down to 1 remaining here as we head toward halftime.
Purdy now to throw.
And that will be incomplete with a clock down now to 13 seconds.
That certainly appeared to be a play call where they were just trying to make 2nd down, 2nd and short. I think they thought the coverage was off a little bit more than it was. Nice job there pressing up on it and forcing the incompletion.
Purdy.
That one complete to his receiver, Jennings. They do get a couple, but they'll be left staring at a 3rd and 8 coming up. And they'll send the tight end in motion here.
Purdy sets up to throw again. He'll get this into the hands of Ayuk.
Now whistles and a timeout with 3 seconds left in the first half. Final play of the half. Purdy. He's going to take a shot at the end zone. Why not? And it'll be intercepted. It's Deonte Banks with it. And nothing comes of this last-ditch attempt at points as time will run out on this first half. Okay, Coach, yeah, adjustments likely going to play a big role in this third quarter in what's been a tight contest so far. A good, tight football game thus far. 10-7 the score as we resume action on EA Sports. And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. The Giants offense set to begin this third quarter. And, Charles, they've got the lead. Put your coaching hat on here now. What's the game plan for the second half?
I think getting the running game going a little bit more because I thought in the first half they didn't get it moving the way that they would like. They had success throwing it, but I think these first couple of drives, they'll want to get those running backs going and give them more opportunities, and I will guarantee you that those guys were lobbying for them in the locker room at halftime.
They'll start with a run by Tracy, and that to the 30. It'll be second down. In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
Yeah, and they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin, too.
Ball on the 30 now. Here's second down and 7. Right back to Tracy. And this has been a familiar sight all afternoon as they stop him behind the line. Now they're staring at a 3rd and 8. That last play backwards a yard.
And that's what this defense is going to need to do more in the second half. Good pressure that time, forces some indecision in the backfield. He's going to wind up being taken down for a nice loss.
Winston now. Nowhere to go here. He lost the football. When that ball popped free, we could hear it all the way up here. Those guys down on the field alerting everyone of the fumble. He's lucky that his offensive mates picked him up and jumped on it.
Yeah, and you have to think to yourself, and I'm sure they've been echoing it on the sideline and into the huddle. Guys, we have the lead. Just take care of the football. Don't make it easier for them to start to make a comeback.
Here's Jamie Gillen now as the drive goes backwards, so he's on to punt it away. Now a fair catch taken just across midfield, maybe by a yard or two. The 49ers offense and Brock Purdy getting ready for this next possession. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets. And it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. The San Francisco offense ready to start their next drive. Their defense has done the job. Now it's the offense's turn as they've got it 1st and 10. The drive begins with a run by McCaffrey. And just 1 yard here from the 49 to the 50.
Brandon, we talk all the time about those hybrid players, guys who could do more than one thing. And I think if you're playing strong safety in the NFL today, you are a true hybrid. Part linebacker, part cover guy.
And coming up, sticking his nose in the mess there and making a nice play defensively. Another run with McCaffrey on 2nd down. And he's going to get this pretty close to the 1st down marker at the Giants' 42. 46 yards rushing for him now in the ball game.
And once again, leverage wins. The offensive line, lower than the defensive front. They moved them and found some good space for the guy carrying the ball.
This is 3rd and 1. Very likely 4-down territory, even if they don't get it, though. They'll try and pick it up by running the option to the right. And brought down, but not before he was able to break the tackle, and the extra effort moves the sticks. 7 yards there, good enough to move the sticks.
And this is one of those plays that if you can use it to keep the chains moving, it's a good play. And not only that, it tends to tamp down the pass rushers because they have to recognize this play and stay at home. The quarterback uses it well. Read option, keeps it, and picks up a first down with some nice running.
Hauled in left side here by Jennings. So give him 5 yards there on the pitch and catch, and that's going to bring up second down. Back to throw, Purdy. He'll get this out wide here to McCaffrey. So just 3 yards on the completion there. And that'll leave him with a 3rd and 2.
I know it was a gain, but you have to sense probably a little bit of disappointment there because when it's out there in open space, I think they expect to get more out of a play, don't you?
Especially when you're getting it to your guy out of the backfield. You're expecting him to be able to create something, be a little more shifty.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Good open field tackling held it to an okay gain.
And boy, he is very close to a first down, but from where they're spotting that football, he's going to be a foot or so short.
3rd and 2, and they ran the ball for only 1 yard, and everybody's going to scream at the offense. But let's give a lot of credit to the defense on that play. Defensive front out leveraged the offensive line. They got more people to the football. Yeah, they won that battle in a big way, and they're forcing a big decision now by the guys on offense.
So Purdy off and Moody on for the 49er field goal. This from 42 yards out. And his kick here is good. And that will knot us up at 10. So they're content to take the 3. Somewhat of a conservative call there, opting not to go for it on 4th and inches.
And that's from a team that you and I know is not usually playing it close to the vest. It's a little bit of a surprise that they opted for the 3 instead of going for it.
Nothing separating these two teams on the scoreboard as the kick's away here. And he'll go down as this drive will start at the 25-yard line. And New York set to take the field. Now this game, it has obviously been all about the defense on both sides of the football. Which offense is going to break through here? We'll see if they can do it on this drive. To throw, Winston. And down he goes. The 49ers get there. That is Nick Bosa from out on the edge who worked his way in for the sack.
How many times have we sat with coordinators, and especially the defensive guys, they've talked about big plays, sacks. They often come in bunches. Well, it may not be a bunch here, but that is the 3rd sack of the game for them.
And around sack 3 or 4, I would think it starts to get in the quarterback's head a little bit.
Not just the quarterback, the offensive play caller, the offensive line, knocks people off balance.
Well, this is taken in. It's complete. And now the rookie's free. And all the way in. Touchdown, New York. Malik Neighbors, his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. And the Giants have broken our tie as they take the lead.
I know we often laugh, and sometimes we even exalt the guys who are great trash talkers and give us some really funny lines. But the bottom line is absolute production on the field. His 2nd touchdown of the game, and they lead.
And now they'll be looking to their defense to preserve that lead. Gano for the extra point. He's got it as they go up by a total of 17-10. The long touchdown pass gets them 6 on a very, very tidy 2-play drive that time. Gano now following the touchdown here to kick it away.
Oh!
Still going. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The 49ers offense now, they get set to head back on the field. They find themselves down 17-10 as they come up on a 1st and 10. Purdy looking to throw. That's into the hands of Pearsall on the right side. And he's out of bounds, able to take this one up to the 35. And that's good for a gain of 6, and it'll be 2nd down.
What I love about watching the passing game nowadays is that the one-dimensional receiver is really starting to leave the game. You've got to be able to do it all. Of course, you got to run fast. Of course, you got to catch the ball. But route running savvy and toughness, there's a premium for all of that now.
Purdy going to give it to Guerrero. And he tried to bounce it outside, but they'll stop him behind the line. Call that a loss of a yard, and things get a little more difficult here. 3rd and 5.
Well, that was not what you would call straight line pursuit for a middle linebacker to make this play. He's got to work his way through the clutter to get to the ball carrier on the outside, and he does exactly that. That's called avoiding the trash.
Throwing here, Purdy. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he is going to have a Niners 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
Well, a lot of times when you get a manageable 3rd down situation like this, you have to think about your tight end, and he comes through for him, picking up the 1st down.
On 1st down, this is McCaffrey. And he'll take this ahead for about 4. 2nd down coming up.
Not a run that you're going to write home about, but still a good 1st down run. That's what an offense calls staying on schedule. 3 to 4 yards on 1st down, you're set up very well for the rest of the drive.
From the 48-yard line, here's 2nd and 6. They stay on the ground. McCaffrey again. And he's fortunate to get anything from that. Give him a yard up to the 49. Third and 5. Operating from the gun. Purdy. And this pass broken up. Excellent coverage there on 3rd down, as that was not an easy one to hold on to.
As expected, he's gone to him several times in this game, but that's the first time one has slipped from his grasp. I'll bet he goes back to him, though. He's an excellent player.
Here comes the 49ers punter now, as he'll kick it away for the 2nd time. And he'll get off a fairly short kick here as this is toward the sideline. And this one sails out of bounds. I think it'll be inside the 25, and it will. 24-yard line is where they'll spot it. The Giants offense and Jameis Winston set to take over once more. And as we show you some of the highlights from earlier, he has been instrumental in getting his guys the lead as he looks to finish strong and close this one out. The Giants offense at the line, ready to begin their next drive. And they've got the lead here getting late into the 3rd quarter. And the passing game for them, it's been terrific. We've seen that, but the rushing game almost non-existent.
And with the lead and trying to finish this game off, they need the running game to come back to life. They need to get sparked that way, take some time off the clock, and keep the ball away from their opponents.
3rd quarter of a tight football game as we come up on a 2nd and 10. Now Winston. Over the middle, taken in by Neighbors. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. The extra effort after the catch makes it good for a gain of 26 and also a first down.
That was a fun one to watch right there. A nice in-breaking route and plenty of room in the middle of the field. And he was able to get behind the linebackers and grab the completion for a really good pickup.
They couldn't ask for much more to this point in the second half. A gorgeous day, one-score game. 1st and 10 here. Tracy trying the right side. And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. Chewing up big yardage. Another nice gain there. This one goes for 20. 3 quarters in the books. You are watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now here in Santa Clara. It's the Giants with the football and also the lead as we get set to start quarter number 4. And that's going to be incomplete. Too tough to hold on to that one. It's 2nd down.
In any event, it happened pretty quickly. I'm not sure he made the right decision on that one. I think if he had it to do over again, he would have found a different target downfield. But he made his decision, and that one's incomplete.
Now a 2nd and 10. Running left is Tracy. They juked him. And he's going to have this pretty close to a first down as the tackle is made at the Niners' 21. 48 yards rushing for him now to this point. The recipe's pretty simple, I think, right? Just give your superstar the ball, continue to feed him.
Yeah, don't overthink this one, right? Make sure he's touching the football, but you're also counting on his intelligence in playing the game as well. If it's not there, don't force the run. Just make sure you hang on to the football and keep the clock ticking.
To the sideline and incomplete.
The frustration evident there because he couldn't find anyone on 3rd down, and he left no doubt that he was throwing that one away.
And here's a big one now. Trying to hold this lead. They're going to go for it here on 4th down. Now it's a bootleg with Winston. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he doesn't quite make it, taking it within an eyelash. Dropped at the 1. Some collective exhales over there on the sideline. A big pickup through the air on 4th down to bring up 1st and goal.
It's all pretty simple sometimes, isn't it? Go where the defenders are not, and he does exactly that. Makes a nice catch to move the chains. Defense, got to find a better way of accounting for the shorter routes that are being run against them.
So 1st and goal, 6 points here would go a long way toward wrapping this one up. Now it's Tracy. And he is in. Touchdown, New York. Taking it in from a yard out. And the Giants have opened up a 2-touchdown lead here in this 4th quarter.
And that right there is the definition of a statement drive. You're in the 4th quarter, trying to get to the finish line, and here they were able to hold the ball for a long time and move it down the field. And how about them finishing it off with the touchdown run? Winning football 101? Check that box.
Gano now to add the extra point. And the lead is up to 14. So that one, an 8-play drive. It spans 75 yards. And it ends with a 1-yard touchdown run. Gano now following the touchdown here to kick it away. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. San Francisco's offense returns to the field. The defense got the better of them last series, forcing a punt. See if they make a few changes in the game plan here and try to get points out of this drive. 1st and 10. Purdy going to lead the 49ers to the line. 1st and 10 at their own 28-yard line. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Pass caught by Pearsall. He'll be stopped at the 35, but not before he picks up 7 yards. You got the big lead defensively. Willing to give him that underneath stuff, right?
And this is why you work on your tackling. Tackle them after the catch, inbounds, keep the clock running. Just go ahead and bleed the game out that way.
Now Purdy. And this throw incomplete. Now the defender all over him that time, but it's going to lead to 3rd down.
They read zone coverage there and thought there was some space to send their guy right into the middle on a slant, hoping he would get lost. Instead, they read it quite well and closed quickly.
The Niners on 3rd down. They've been really good, converting 7 of their 10 tries. Here it's 3rd and 3. Looking to throw. Purdy. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he is going to have a 49ers 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. And in a 2-score game, obviously, every play, every 3rd down, like we saw there, magnified. Big pickup.
It was a huge pickup. What they really want, though, is to not even get to 3rd down. They've got to maximize time and conserve as much as possible.
So the drive takes them into Giants territory now. 1st and 10 at the 47. Purdy will look to throw again here. That's over the middle and caught by Pearsall. And he's got this down to the 35. 11 more on that one and another 1st down.
Good yardage on the completion there. And when they look at the scoreboard, they do understand a field goal is not going to do them any good. My guess, they're going to press the ball downfield as far as possible, try and throw it into the end zone and get a score because they know they've got to get that done and get the ball back as quickly as possible.
McCaffrey on the counter. Down to about the 32. They'll come up 2nd and 7. Shotgun now with Purdy. A quick throw knocked away. It's incomplete.
And that's a nice job there because you've got to play the ball, not the man when in coverage. That'll keep you away from a lot of needless penalties, and he's able to knock that one away.
The 25-yard line is what they need here. This is 3rd down. Out of the gun, Purdy. That is caught. And they're going to have another 1st down as the tackle's made at the Giants' 15-yard line. 17 yards on the pickup there. The drive will continue.
We often hear the phrase sure-handed tight ends, and he certainly fits into that category. Plus, he's got a quarterback who knows to look his way when they need a big pickup. And on this play, he finds it for the 1st down.
Line of scrimmage, the 15. It's 1st and 10. McCaffrey running up the middle. And he'll get it here to the 10-yard line. 61 yards rushing for him now in the ball game.
Good, strong run against the 3-4 set. And that 3-4, you've got to have your guys up front eat up a lot of blocks. The guy playing over the center, the nose, he usually has to take on double teams. But when you're able to successfully move him, you're often able to get some yardage. And that's when linebackers have to clean up and make tackles.
And the stop will come inside the 5 at the 4. That play gets them 6 yards and sets them up with a 1st and goal.
That solid gainer will put them on the doorstep of the end zone. More importantly, it gives them a fresh set of downs. Nice work right there.
1st and goal, and they got to be thinking a chance to get right back into this football game. Here's Purdy. A quick throw there going to be batted away and incomplete.
Well, he certainly thought he had a window to push that ball downfield, but as soon as he released the throw, the corner was there to slam that window shut.
2 of their 3 red zone trips so far, they've come up empty on. They'll look to reverse that trend on 2nd and goal. Touchdown 49ers. Juwan Jennings from 4 yards out. And the 49ers have made it a one-score game again here in the 4th. So they fought half the battle here, but they're still down.
Plenty of work still left for them, but they delivered on the first step in their comeback attempt.
Now Moody for the PAT. He's got it, and it's 24-17. So that one a long 11-play drive. And the end result for the 49ers, a touchdown. So following the touchdown, here's Moody back out to send it away. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. The Giants offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And he has been masterful so far in leading this offense. He's kept the mistakes to a minimum. He's been on point with his passes. And he's generally been one step ahead of this defense all game long. The Giants offense at the line, ready to begin their next drive. Their lead back down to 1 score after the touchdown a moment ago. First down's a must on this drive. And he's free going down the left side. It's a foot race. And oh, so close as he takes it all the way to the 2-yard line. A big play there on the catch and run. 73 yards.
Oh, big-time credit. What a play design there. They wanted to get him loose in the open field, and they succeeded. He had all sorts of room to operate in, and they finally track him down inside the 5-yard line.
So 1st and goal, 6 points here would go a long way toward wrapping this one up. Jameis to throw it. This is caught. It's Robinson with a Giants touchdown. 3 touchdown passes now in the ball game for Jameis Winston. And the Giants are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. So the big play to kick off the drive set them up 1st and goal, and they're able to cash in right away on play number 2.
I think I'm starting to understand more and more when we get ready to do games and we meet with coaches why they talk about big plays, explosive plays, and how it sets them up for success, because that's exactly how they're able to score on this one. We saw the touchdown, we saw the payoff, but of course that big, long chunk play is what got them in position.
Extra point try good by Gano, and the lead now up to 14. That drive started on their own 25. 2 plays, 75 yards later, into the end zone. Gano now following the touchdown here to kick it away. And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of the 30. And San Francisco gets set to go here. A long drive last time out for this offense, Charles. If you remember, they started basically in the shadows of their own end zone, marched it down the field, and a lot of that was through the passing game.
And partner, as a former defensive back, I'm having almost a physical reaction watching what's happening right now. But let's give credit where it's due, because they've done an excellent job moving the ball through the air. Secondary getting picked apart pass by pass. Obviously, they need to make some adjustments there on the back end.
Yeah, because offensively, we know that they're not going to be shy about throwing that football. And he's going to be intercepted for the third time thus far. And his crew will take over with a football at the 35-yard line. And that pretty much has been the storyline, Charles. This defense, they seem to be one step ahead from the start of the game until now.
And you identified it perfectly, and we can see the frustration that's settling in now. And it's probably been there for a long time, but now it's evident because you can see it in their faces, you can see it in their body language, maybe even a little bit in that play call that ended up maybe closing them out.
The possession switching back to the New York Giants. And as we look back at how we got here, you'll notice a common theme in these highlights. A lot of yardage through the air. The passing game has been sharp right from the outset. Tracy going to get it on first down. Yeah, this will be a gain of 5 as he gets it to the 30. Got to figure now, after getting that turnover, they're just going to be happy to keep the ball on the ground, right?
This is where covering the football, taking care of the ball, all the ball security terms that have ever been used, they come into play for the guys on offense right now. Just take care of it, and they've got a good chance of ending up winning this game.
They'll hand it to Tracy. They follow up the gain of 5 by only getting 1 there on second down.
And this is the worry because sometimes you can get a little too predictable in spots like this. You know you're going to run the ball, but they know you're going to run the ball as well. And now you look up and you're staring at an important third down.
And this offense on third down today, they've converted just 2 for 6 thus far. This will be 3rd and 5. Winston gets by him at the 25. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. 5 yards is the pickup there as that extends this drive. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. 5 points of contact necessary at this stage as they'll run on first down. And now right out of the 2-minute break, we'll get a timeout used defensively with 1:56 to go. Here's a 2nd and 5. He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball. Now San Francisco going to call their 2nd timeout. That'll leave them with just 1 remaining in this 4th quarter of play. Third and 3. They'll go again with Tracy. And he is going to have a New York first down, and the Giants are going to win the football game. And we'll see if the defense wants to stop it as they take the knee. On to give, it's Tracy. And he'll get this one down to about the 10-yard line. A minimal gain there on the 8th play of the drive.
I know that speed is the hallmark of today's NFL game, but the key to good rushing defense is still having your linebackers set the edge.
So he'll take a knee here to wrap this one up, and he's going to want to keep that game ball. He was sensational.
Yeah, it's fun to kneel down in front of your home crowd, but when you go on the road, that band of brothers attitude, right? Just us against the world and get it done. How happy are they?
I remember a coach at a previous stop telling me, you get a win on the road, doesn't matter the opponent, get out of there like you stole something. And they did in this one.
So they got the turnover, started with great field position, but in the end, the defense able to hold firm, and they only get 3 out of it. And I like what you said right there. That defense able to hold firm, backed up into the shadow of their own end zone. The goalpost right behind them. They had to make sure they didn't give up the 6. And, boy, they came through in a big way. To them, even though they gave up 3, that's a win for their side.
After knocking through the field goal, here's Gano back out there now for the kickoff. And no run back forthcoming, so this will come out to the 30. The 49er offense set to get this drive underway. This is just an exercise in futility. Do you even bother running a play here offensively?
I wouldn't, because now is not going to erase what's happened during the game. So after it's over, you're going to go to the film, find out where the game was really lost. But this is not a situation now where you're going to make up for anything.
We'll see what they do here.
Well, this was a very close ball game at halftime, Charles, but in the second half, that offense kind of kicked things into another gear, and they were able to pull away for the victory. And, Brandon, I think they're the type of team that just looked in the mirror and said, hey, ton of pressure on, but we're the type of team that can flat out handle it. They stood up with confidence, and made it happen for a victory.
So that's a wrap for Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin, and this has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. For more, check us out at easports.com. With that, we say so long from Santa Clara.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Buccaneers and the Bears. Next on Madden NFL 25.
Under a pristine sky and beautiful weather, it's time for some NFL football. Welcome to another entertaining matchup, folks. Kate Scott, Brock Ewart on the call in this one. And Brock, got a couple of running backs down on the field who can really take over their offenses when they get in the groove.
And I think that's going to be the ultimate goal of both of these offenses, right? I mean, there's just no confusion about it. They want to get their bell cow in that groove and get them going. Find that rhythm where they're ripping off chunk yardage, run after run, and then just keep on feeding that beast. In a game like this, whichever offense could get that rhythm and run game going first is likely going to be your winner.
Ball is teed up. It's their punter, Torrey Taylor, to do the honors. And we're underway from Soldier Field. Tucker now on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. So here come the Buccaneers, ready for their opening drive. They're brought out by former #1 pick who always plays with energy and passion, Baker Mayfield.
There's just certain quarterbacks, the way they run on the field. You just say their name and just some adjectives and attributes pop up right away. For Baker Mayfield, scrappy, tough, a will to win. I'm not surprised at all to see himself back in the starting role. Not surprised at all to see him flourish. The dude is mentally tough, he's mentally strong, and he typically makes the most of his opportunities.
Mayfield comes out throwing. And the connection not quite there yet on his opening throw of the game.
You know, that is so hard to do. It's called body control. Great positioning to swat the ball away, not go through the receiver, no penalty flag. He's got the body control and, more importantly, the timing to knock that ball away.
Throwing again is Baker. Catch made by Bucky Irving. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Hit made by T.J. Edwards.
That's called the quarterback's best friend, Kate. Gains like that on the screen aren't possible without everyone doing their job. One missed assignment is the difference between a big gain and being dropped for a loss.
Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4. From the gun, Mayfield. Complete beyond the marker. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49. He picks up 15 on the play. And that's good for a Buccaneer first down.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of 3rd downs just like that.
1st and 10 from a yard shy of midfield. Baker throwing again. Got his target. It's Otten. He's got a gain of 6 there. That tackle made by Tremaine Edmonds.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Mayfield to throw again. Short pass caught by his tight end. And he works this to the 38 before going down. He gets 6 on that play. And that's good enough for a Tampa first down.
Nice to see that connection, that chemistry working between the two of them.
Offense executing early. New set of downs at the 38-yard line. Here's the give to Irving. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. First down play nets him 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5. Mayfield now from the gun. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Tough one to retain through that hit. And it'll be 3rd and 5 coming up. Seeing some early game planning at work here, Brock. They were quick to attack that throw and break it up.
Yeah, this defense knows the importance this offense places on throwing the ball to their tight ends, and they were ready for it and all over it.
3rd and short, Mayfield. He has the first over the middle. And he pushes this down to the 22-yard line. It's a pickup of 11. And that's good for a Buccaneer first down.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
Still on the move, coming to the line for 1st and 10. Shotgun snap for Mayfield. And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a first down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
2nd down now, 7 to go. Baker now off the play fake. Pass caught, 9-yard line. And he's brought down inside the 10 at the 9. It's a double-digit gain, 10 yards, and now they've got 1st and goal.
Move the chains! Gotta move them chains! Build momentum and keep that defense on its heels.
This drive has been excellent. A few shots now. It's starting with 6 as they come up on it. 1st and goal. Has it in close.
The goal of that little drag route is to get him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. That picked up a good chunk, and it was nearly a big play.
The nose of the football inside the 1. Here's 2nd and goal. Irving goes up and over for the touchdown. The Buccaneers finish up an excellent opening series. For the offense, you gotta love it, Brock. Points to begin the game as he runs it in for an opening drive touchdown.
And you've got one very happy running back right over there on the sideline right now. These backs, they do feel the pressure to find the end zone every single week. It's not easy to do, but to do it this early and get out of the way, big time.
On is Chase McLaughlin for the point after. The point after splits the uprights. And the Buccaneers will jump out to a 7-0 lead. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. Here's DeAndre Carter with the return. The return manages to get just beyond the 30. So here come the Bears as they get set for their debut series. And they're brought out by a player with immense expectations and promise in the league. He was picked 1st overall in 2024 out of USC, Caleb Williams.
Caleb was one of the most hyped prospects ever out of college football, and I'm not speaking out of turn or any hyperbole there. It's why he was the #1 pick. And you put on his highlight reel, Kate, you can put that highlight reel against anybody the last 50 years. The way that he creates and extends plays, the ways that he can run and still sling it totally off platform and off balance all over the field. He also does it with a flair, an eccentricity that is unique and really not common coming into the league as well. A superstar in the making.
And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. They get 28 out of that play. And that's a Chicago 1st down.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only 1? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
Now here's DeAndre Swift on the ground. And with a nice gain, he runs him down inside of field goal range. It's a solid 7-yard pickup on first down. Now they're going to have 2nd and 3. Going run again with Swift. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs. The drive picks up here, 1st and 10. Able to get it to Moore. And he's brought down after a short gain.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on first down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
2nd down now, 7 to go. Running with Swift out of the gun. He breaks the tackle. And it's a nice gain off a really good effort there just to stay upright. 4 yards on the pickup, and that's going to leave him with 3rd and 3. Williams on the play action. And even on 3rd down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be 4th down.
Everybody wants to play quarterback until a play like that. Almost no resistance off the ball and the defense ready to maul you. It was all he could do to get rid of it before he gets just clocked.
Carney's kick is good. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
I know, you always want to finish drives in the end zone, but no matter what, the important thing is they end in some kind of points, and that's mission accomplished there.
We've got a good one here. They've cut the lead to 4 as they send it away. Tucker now on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. Tampa Bay sending its offense out. Their 2nd drive coming up. And that last drive, no answer for what they were doing through the air. So expect some tighter coverage this time around. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They kick the running back in motion. That pass complete to Irving. This is ahead for about 5. Tyreek Stevenson getting up to track that one down.
Translatable skills, that's what you call it. So effective as a runner, but those same traits that make him a great runner, adept at getting those yards, well, he translates it now as a receiver in the open field.
Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. On the give, this is Irving. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. That tackle made by Tremaine Edmonds. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. Once again, Irving. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Kid, I'll never forget walking into the Hall of Famer Dwight Freeney's meeting room with those defensive linemen. The late, great John Tierlink, his coach, he had a little sign up in his office, and it was sacks, and that money sign was the S, because ends and D linemen make their money with sacks. but you win games when they stop the run like that for a tackle for loss.
4th down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. And the sunlight's not a problem for him. He looks up and makes the fair catch. No return on that punt. And it's going to be Bears football. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Off the play fake, Williams. He's going to push one deep down the right. And that's going to be knocked away, incomplete. Just couldn't find Romadunze there. And that'll bring up 2nd down.
Read and react, read and react, read and react. Got to read where the quarterback's eyes are going, and you got to react as he begins to throw to get to a spot and knock it away.
Here's Swift on 2nd down. And they take him down after just a small gain on the final play of the 1st. So before they can set up for another play, we've hit the end of the 1st quarter. 7-3 is our score. Back to Soldier Field in just a moment. We're back and all set for the 2nd quarter. Bears football. They have it 3rd and 7. Out of the gun, here's Williams. That's more of the catch out left. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. Pickup of 12 on that play. And that's good for a Bears 1st down.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted, and he got it, going right where he wanted to with the ball off the snap.
1st down now, ball at the 39-yard line. One in behind center with Swift. And he's able to manage a couple on that run. Eight yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. Williams from the gun. Has him on the quick hitter. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Levante David, like so many times in his career, making that tackle. Third down, 1 yard to go. Now he'll throw off the play fake. Moore's got it. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them the 1st down.
New set of downs for him from the 46. 1st down, Williams. He completes it in traffic. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Stopped that time by Jamel Dean.
Well, the odds aren't great when you throw into double coverage. Normally you see one of the defenders make a play on the ball. 2 men nearby, and that's a missed opportunity for the coverage to make an impact play.
Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Sticking in the air, it's Williams. That's into the hands of Moore. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You know, it sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap 1st down.
Ball at the 33 for 1st down. Out of the pistol, Williams. Cut out left. And they bring him down after the play reaches the 26. Second and 3 now. Now an inside handoff to Swift. He's able to drive that pile about a yard. Chris Braswell there for the tackle. The rookie out of Alabama there on the tackle. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Toss play, Swift. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
That is teaching tape for a linebacker. Read, react, and finish.
So on 4th down, out is Cairo Santos for the Bears field goal. It's from the right hash, 46 yards. Carney's kick is good. And that cuts the lead back down to a lone point.
A dependable kicker, man. That is a coach's best friend. Saves him so much stress to have a guy he can really trust to go out and hit it from that distance consistently. Because from that far out, no kick is a guarantee.
Things trim back down to a single point, Brock, as they send this off and away. Set to return this, Trey Palmer. And pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. Time for us to get another look at this Tampa Bay offense. They were only on the field for 3 plays their prior series, Brock. Let's see what changes they make to take over here. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Irving here from the gun. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Pickup of 8 on the run, and that sets up 2nd and 2. Back to Irving now. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away. Third and a lone yard coming up. Irving on the inside give. And his short gain gets them a new set of downs.
That is some old school brutality. An offense close to a 1st down, a defense that knows there's a run headed right its way. In a battle of wills, the offense gets it done.
New slated downs to approach here from the 40. They motion a receiver left. 1st down, here's Baker. Short pass brought in. And they're going to haul him down just shy of the 40. It's a gain of 19 on the play. And that's good enough for a Tampa 1st down.
Well, that one was drawn up and delivered beautifully, efficiently. If it's not circled on the call sheet already, you better believe it is now.
First and 10 from the 41. Godwin, the man in motion left. Mayfield on 1st and 10. Dumps it off to his running back. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. Jalen Johnson with the stop.
These intermediate gains, that's the wheelhouse for these two to connect on. Start the series off well, and it sure keeps the defense on its toes in case they try to load up and just simply cover the receivers.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. So we're at the 2-minute warning here from Soldier Field. The Buccaneers looking for a bigger lead before the break. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Evans, the motion man here. From the 36. Finds his man. It's Godwin. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
And those are the completions they rely on from their passing game.
A new set of downs awaits him. Here's 1st and 10. Straight ahead, it's Irving. Give him around 6. That's going to make it 2nd and 4. From the gun, Mayfield. Got Evans, it's complete. They get 19, and now they're going to have 1st and goal.
You want to become a quarterback's best friend, do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
Four downs now to get in. Here's 1st and goal. Working inside the red zone. And he has the catch. Gets both feet in. That's a touchdown. The Buccaneers grow their lead just before halftime. Mike Evans with the touchdown. So this solid first half continues for them. They're into the end zone to extend their advantage.
And I think if you're a head coach here, Kate, you've got to be very happy with the effort so far. They've come out strong. They've been the ones dictating the tempo. And
now we have a stoppage. No challenges inside of 2 minutes and a half, but the replay official wants to take another look at this on their own. Well, this right here is where having all those camera angles comes into play. We're going to get a much clearer picture thanks to all the shots we've got.
Yep, technology, everybody's friend right now. We get to watch it again and again, unlike these officials who got to see it once in real time. We just have to see, is there clear enough evidence to overturn the call that was made down there on the field?
Those points safe on the scoreboard. The touchdown upheld upon review. McLaughlin attack on the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Buccaneers grow their lead to 8. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. Fielded at the 7. Oh, he's showing some burst on his return. They'll begin from the 36 as the returner's brought down. The Bears going on offense here late in the half. And with all their timeouts remaining, Brock, they may be able to put a little something together here before halftime. The Bears with some nice field position as they get set. 1st and 10. Working from the gun, Williams. Hits him on the in route. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. The Bears decide to call their first timeout. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Williams to throw. Finds his running back, DeAndre Swift. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. Timeout taken by the offense, their 2nd. And they still have 1 in their pocket for what's left of this half. They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Now Williams. Ooh, he got hit as he was throwing, and unsurprisingly, it falls incomplete. 2nd down coming up.
Well, he needed another second to deliver the throw he wanted to. You got to give a lot of credit that time, Kate, to the pass rush for getting in and forcing him to dish it before he was ready.
Couldn't connect on 1st. It's 2nd down. To throw is Williams. That one's caught along the left sideline. And he's going to score. Touchdown, Chicago! The Bears earn the chance to tie before halftime. DJ Moore, the touchdown. Now Cairo Santos on to add the PAT. And he hits the extra points. A little surprised they wouldn't go for 2 in the tie, but at least he made it, so the lead falls to a single point. Things trim back down to a single point, Brock, as they send this off and away. And that's over the 20, the landing zone, and almost everything else. So that football coming out to the 30-yard line. The Bucs getting their offense out there just before halftime. And clinging to this 1-point lead, Brock. Probably don't want to risk too much here. And even 20 seconds left at their disposal on the final drive of this half. They'll turn to the ground game and just run this clock out. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Perception and reality, Kate. The perception out there from the public is edge rushers are defined by their sacks. The reality in a locker room and in the huddle is you could be defined by your relentlessness. And his motor never stopped. Helped him track it down for a loss on the outside.
All right, Kate, sit tight. We'll get back to you and Brock in just a moment. But for now, this is our halftime report. We saw a strong first half out of running back Bucky Irving. He wound up finding the end zone on a touchdown run to help give his guys the advantage here at the break.
As always, a hat tip to Coach for his hard work during the break, as we're happy to welcome y'all back for the start of our third quarter. McLaughlin has it on the team, and he's ready to send this flying. This return starts at the 5. This return makes it up to the 25. The Bears and DJ Moore back in possession here. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Here's Swift to start the drive. And he breaks into enemy territory before being stopped on a huge gain.
Anytime you go over half the field in one play, totally changes the complexion of the drive. They're now set up beautifully in enemy territory to end the series with some type of points.
First and 10 after that last highlights. They're at the 30. Williams on the play action. Gets himself free. The pass is incomplete, but hold on here. We've got a flag on the field. Here's the call. So not a holding call. One of the linemen actually too far downfield that time. That's what drew the flag. Running it after the penalty.
It takes a coordinated effort by everybody offensively. O-line, tight ends, and of course those backs. Somewhere, somebody, well, they missed by just enough for the defense to break through and blow that play up.
Everyone's prepped. It's second down now. Staying grounded with Swift. And it's going to be about a 3-yard pickup in the end. That stop made by KJ Britt. Let's see what they went with on third down. Now here's Williams. The Buccaneers get there and bring him down. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up fourth down.
Kate, I've seen a one-step drop. I've seen a 3, a 5, a 7. Some of the boots and play actions, you get more depth. But a 20-step drop? That's not going to cut it. Except for this defense, it just adds a whole bunch of negative yards to that play.
On fourth down, it's Torrey Taylor on for the Bears to punt this away. And he's got a good chance to really stick him deep his first time out. And this hits at the 4 before taking a bounce into the end zone. That's a touchback. Tampa Bay are ready to head out to the field. Offense ready to begin this drive. First and 10. Godwin, the man in motion left. First and 10, it's Mayfield. Finds him over the middle. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line. After a good pickup, they're set up with second and short. From the 28. Finds him on the crossing route. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It goes as a pickup of 37 yards. And that's good for a Buccaneer first down.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
So the big play moves him well past midfield, has him set up now at the 35. Now it's Irving. And he gets him around 6 there. That tackle made by Tremaine Edmonds. We managed 6 on the play, bringing up second and 4. Shotgun snap for Mayfield. This finds Evans, complete. And they get this all the way down to the 16-yard line. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
As a quarterback, when you throw that curl route, you know it's a tight window, Kate. But the minute that DB turns and can't react to the throw, you put it right on your receiver's numbers. He comes back and gets it and moves the sticks.
They send one of the tight ends in motion right. Got his target. It's Otten. And they're going to take this to the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown. The Buccaneers push their lead further to start the half. It seems like a lot of the time, Brock, even if the results aren't quite as flashy every rep, tight ends are even more reliable scorers than a lot of receivers are when it comes to the passing game.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but there's also a lot more real estate for them to work with, right? Think of the receivers. They got to deal with the sidelines, that 12th defender. Many of these tight ends, they've got a ton of field to work with, and when they prove to the quarterback they can be a difference maker, he'll look for them.
McLaughlin attack on the extra point. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Buccaneers grow their lead to 8. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. Kickoff taken at the 3. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. The Bears and DeAndre Swift set for their next drive. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Williams from the gun. Has his man, it's Odunze. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. Second and 3 now. On the give, it's Swift. And he's going to manage a lone yard on that drive up the gut. Not able to get away from the big Vita Vea. Call it no gain, maybe 1 at best on that play. That leaves him with 3rd and 2. Out of the shotgun, a give to Swift. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
These aren't the plays that will lead highlight reels, but they're the ones that win you ball games. What a nice game by the back. And now his offense can go in any number of directions on 1st and 10.
Markers reset, ball at the 37. Swift gets it on the option. And finally, they bring him down. He shook off a couple of defenders there on a nice pickup. Halfway there on 1st down, that brings up 2nd and 5.
Well, half the hay is in the barn when you get 5 on 1st down, and now they're in such a good spot where you can attack those other 5 yards in any way you want.
From the 42. Has the connection to Odunze. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
Call it feel, Kate, call it instincts. I don't really care what you call it, but the best QBs, they can sense it. They know it when that pressure's coming, and they know how to avoid it. Keep that play alive, extend it outside of the chaos, and go get your offense a completion.
A draw now, this is Swift. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
Sometimes the surprises work out for a nice gain. And sometimes, well, those surprises, they don't surprise anybody, and you're left hoping your running back just gets up.
Offense to the line for 2nd down. Going run again with Swift. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Gets them those 3 yards back, but it brings up 3rd and 10 now. Out of the gun, here's Williams. Really fired that one, but they couldn't connect. Defender smart there to get a hand on that one. And that brings up 4th and long.
Oh, those linebackers. Those linebackers. They seem to be in the thick of every play and some of the quickest reaction times out there. He needed a quick reaction there to get a finger on the throw. It changed its direction.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. So this one will go out of bounds, and they'll start the drive inside their own 30. The Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield ready for this next possession. And as we see some of the highlights from their showing, his work a big part of why they're in front right now. Having a nice, solid game as their offensive leader. I think we can say he's had a firm grip on the wheel and has really driven them to this advantage. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Mayfield now from the gun. On target to Godwin. And that's good for a gain of 5. Jalen Johnson with the stop. Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Baker now from the gun. He finds Evans left side. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the 1st. This is the end of the 3rd quarter. It's Buccaneers football with a slight lead. Just got to hang on for one final quarter. Ball on the 45, 1st and 10. Sending a receiver left. 1st down, here's Baker. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. The give for the first time to Rashad White. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away. Battle coming up on 3rd and inches. On the give, this is Irving. And he's going to be brought down after reaching the 43. He only finds a window for 2, but that's still enough for a 1st down.
So often, one of the things you have to teach running backs at the NFL level, you don't always have to hit a home run. Especially in short yardage situations, just go get that single and move the chains.
First down, and they go right back to him. And he's tackled for a short gain. 2 on the pickup there, and it's going to be 2nd and 8. Once again, Irving. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Only a couple yards there, and now it's 3rd and 7. Here's Baker to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And they haul him down just a foot or two shy of the red zone. It goes as a gain of 19 yards. And that's good enough for a Tampa first down. Tight end motioning right. This one's taken in by Otten. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. An excellent gain, 20 yards there, and that's going to move the sticks. All set up for an insurance score here. It's first and goal. Shotgun handoff to Irving. Has the Tampa Bay touchdown. The Buccaneers have a commanding 14-point lead now in the fourth. It's what every player who scores a touchdown wants to do, Brock. He wants to get right back there and put another 6 on the board.
I've never met an NFL player content with one end zone trip in a game.
Nope.
Yeah, if you're content, you're not making it to this league. You get one, you're instantly thinking of another, and the fortunate few are able to actually deliver on it.
McLaughlin attack on the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And the Buccaneers lead by 15 now. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. Scott now to return. And he gets across the 30 before he's brought down. Chicago getting set to take the field now. And they'll try for better results this time around, Brock, after they had to punt it away last time out. It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. First down, Williams. Short pass brought in. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. Second and 3 now. Off the play fake, Williams. He misfired on that one. It's behind his man. This one intended for the running back. And that leaves him with 3rd and short.
That play right there, Kate, that just goes to show you, you can't take any completion for granted. Even some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Working from the gun, Williams. Swift hauls it in. Breaks the tackle, green grass ahead. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You know, Kate, over the years, I have heard defensive coordinators say, hey, you got to earn the right to rush the passer. You got to earn the right for me to call blitzes. And when you call a blitz and you don't get home and you don't hit the quarterback, you've earned nothing.
Football on that 47-yard line, first down. Sticking in the air, it's Williams. Pass caught by Adunze. And he's taken down directly on that 43-yard line. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that's a Chicago first down. To throw is Williams. Setting up the running back screen. And this one doesn't go far.
It may not look like much on the stat sheet, but this is kind of good on good. An offense gets a completion, not going backwards, and a defense, well, they rallied, they pursued, and kept that screen to a minimal gain.
Working quickly here. 2nd and 8. Taking a big shot for the end zone. This is caught. Looks like he stayed in bounds too. Great work. Wow, just fantastic work there. Tiptoeing along the back line. The concentration was there. Great catch for 6.
Yeah, the concentration and the body control. I don't know how these receivers do it in this day and age. There's no space to work with, yet they have such an awareness to secure it first, to tap dance the line, and go get the...
Well, we knew this was coming. All touchdowns are reviewed, especially late in a close game like this. Well, this right here is where having all those camera angles comes into play. We're going to get a much clearer picture thanks to all the shots we've got.
Yep, technology, everybody's friend right now. We get to watch it again and again, unlike these officials who got to see it once in real time. We just have to see, is there clear enough evidence to overturn the call that was made down there on the field?
So the celebration can resume on that sideline. The touchdown stands. Extra point try coming. This would importantly make it a one-score game. The kick is good, and they've moved back within a possession in the 4th. All right, that lead cut down to 8 after that score, and the kick is away. On the return, here's Palmer. He's stopped on the return at the 27. The Buccaneers headed back out on offense. Their quarterback returning to the field now. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Here's the give to Irving. And their struggles on the ground continue as he's tackled after a small gain. He gets a couple on 1st, and they'll come up 2nd and 8. They're just going to let the clock run out and take this delay. Everyone was set and at the line. The quarterback just didn't snap it before the play clock hit 0.
Still 2nd down.
All right, here we go. 2nd down. From the gun, Mayfield. Completes this one to Otten. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line.
Well, that's a modest little drag route, but if you ever just need a safe, short gain on the throw, that's a go-to route to target.
Drive in dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. Back to throw it. Wow, still throwing, and this is intercepted. Tyreek Stevenson has it. And the Bears have some new life in the 4th. They're out and set, 1st and 10. He'll look to throw it. That's into the hands of Moore. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They need the end zone here. They've got 4 chances at it. This is 1st and goal. Swift goes up and over for the touchdown. The Bears cut it to just 2 late in the game. DeAndre Swift, the touchdown. So there's part 1, Brock. They get the touchdown that they desperately needed. Now, you'd imagine, comes a try for 2.
Yeah, and this might be just as tough as to go get that touchdown they just did because, well, they work on 2-point conversions, but they're difficult. This is also a must-have, though, Kate, if they want to try.
And that catch gets them the 2. We're all tied up here in the 4th. Whew, crisis averted, Brock. They got the 2 and the tie, for now at least. It looks like they have staved off the L and forced themselves overtime.
Yeah, those 2 critical words you just said right there, for now, like for right now. But there's a lot more time on that clock than this defense would care to see. They got to step up. Offense just stepped up, got the 2-point conversion. Now defense, you got to respond to send this game to overtime.
Taylor has it on the tee and is ready to send it flying. On the return, here's Palmer. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Now the Buccaneers set to take the field. The game really in their hands at this point, Brock. We're going to see whether it's a celebration coming up next or overtime. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Back to throw. Caught by Godwin on the slant. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. Buccaneers hustling to the line. They're in the hurry up. Setting up to pass. Fits it through the middle. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. This one goes for an even 25 yards. And that's good for a Buccaneer 1st down. Buccaneers hustling to the line. They're in the hurry up. Here he is to throw. Makes the grab in bounds left side. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. Wary of the clock here, Brock, but at least all their timeouts are still available. It's 1st and 10. Now a carry by Irving. And he's stopped out at the 16 after a small gain. The Bears going to use their 3rd and final timeout. And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout at least. Second down now, 7 to go. Running right, it's Irving. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
You know, Kate, these are not the plays that are like bold in the stat sheet when you look back on it. But these are the kind of gains by the running back that keep the offense on schedule and move the chains.
So Chase McLaughlin is on in a high-pressure spot. A little more than a chip shot. This is 25 yards. That one is good! And that, folks, is your game winner!
Well, I tell you what, you get to this time of the game, you've got to have that reliable kicker on the sideline to turn things over to. That's the definition of clutch right there as they take the lead.
McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. And he wasn't chancing a return there, putting it out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30. One final shot here. The Buccaneers get there and bring him down. So it's a win for the visiting Buccaneers. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with the victory. With Brock Ewart and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. The Buccaneers winners, as we say so long from Chicago.
It's the NFL on EA Sports. And we've got some history in this battle of AFL alumni. It's the Fins and the Silver and Black. All that and more coming up next.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to Southern Nevada and Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. So good to have you with us, Mike Tirico, Greg Olson up here in the booth. And Greg, this is one of those games that's a little old school. Maybe if it was in black and white, it would be fitting, right? We had a couple of teams who have to hand it off and see their running backs do it on the ground.
And it's just so cool, and you mentioned it, Mike. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, this would have been the norm on any given weekend, but we're seeing the game trend to more of a passing-style offense. If you want to score points, it mostly comes through the air. So for these two kind of throwback offenses that rely so heavily on their running backs, for anybody that loves old-school power football, I think we're in for a treat.
The veteran, Jason Sanders, ready to get us started. And off we go from Vegas. Here comes Amir Abdullah on the return. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Raiders offense set to take over for the first time. And leading them, Greg, the veteran out of West Virginia, it's Geno Smith.
I don't know about you, Mike, but my biggest takeaway from our meeting with him was just how important it is that they get off to a fast start. He made it very clear. They wanted to put their opponent on their heels right from the jump. So I think early in this game, they're going to come out swinging right from their opening whistle.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. They'll try to get the running game going. His first carry. He'll struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe gets a yard out of that one. It's 2nd down. Working out of the gun, Smith. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
This is why it's so critical that the quarterback and his intended target are on the same page. They got to speak the same language. When there's miscommunication, it leads to errant throws, and when errant throws lead to big missed opportunities.
Man in motion here is Tucker. From the shotgun, it's Smith. And this drive is over before it can start. He's swallowed up to force 4th down.
Sometimes you just have to know when the play is over and live to play another down. He has pressure coming right at him, and instead of just throwing the ball away, he tries to escape, he tries to get creative, and he ends up losing a lot more yards than he should have.
On 4th down, A.J. Cole to punt for the Raiders. Malik Washington deep for Miami. This will be returned from the other side of midfield. And he's going to be brought down after a short return. And that's where his team will get possession of the football. The Miami offense will make their way onto the field, led by their quarterback from the University of Alabama, Tua Tagovailoa.
One of the few southpaws we have playing quarterback in the NFL, Mike, and while he doesn't have one of the strongest arms, he makes up for it with great anticipation and pinpoint accuracy. So what it does, it allows him to throw very catchable balls. A lot of his receivers do a lot of the damage after the catch, and only time's going to tell how this one plays out. But when he's on his game, they're due for a lot of points.
He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Timing and trust, critical elements of this quick passing game. If your target and the quarterback are not on the same page, it winds up being an incompletion and a wasted down.
They'll try again here, 2nd and 10. Throwing is Tua. Now a screen set up for Achane. And nothing doing on that one. He'll go down behind the line.
When you call a bubble screen, you're really putting a lot of faith that your skill players, your wide receivers and backs, are going to be able to hold up there in space as blockers. And when you don't, sometimes you end up going backwards.
3rd and long. Here's Tua. He's got his man. It's Hill. The defense blows a chance to get off the field as the offense converts 3rd and 14.
And this is what you can do when you have one of the best receivers in the game. You understand that even if the coverage is not perfect for the play call, sometimes it's just as simple as my guy is better than your guy, and we're going to just keep giving him a chance.
In motion, it's Waddle. He'll get this out to the left flat. Throwing again, it's Tua. That's taken in by Achane. That's the 2nd time they connect on this drive. This one good for 13 yards.
That's already 2 catches for this guy. We haven't even seen him hand the ball to him yet, and that's really what these running backs have become in the league. They're really just all-around weapons, and if the ground game's not working, you can go to the air, and vice versa. The more times this guy touches the ball, the better it is for this offense.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
Man in motion here is Washington. Oh, no chance there. Under a heavy rush, he goes down.
When you can bring cornerbacks on pressure, man, that changes everything for the defensive play caller. Offenses spend all week worrying about linebackers, defensive linemen. How are they going to protect the quarterback? But when you can time up a secondary pressure like this, man, oftentimes there's no answer for it.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. Tua gonna throw. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. And they were hoping for a little more on that one. Brought down well short of the first. So it'll bring up 4th down.
Anytime you call a running back screen, the key is the relationship between the offensive line and their running back. They have to be in sync perfectly to set up the big play. That wasn't the case here on 3rd down. He gets tackled short of the sticks.
Sanders' kick is good. And the Dolphins will take a 3-0 lead. So after the field goal to open up the scoring, the kicker's back out for this kickoff. Abdullah now to return. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Raiders offense ready now for their 2nd drive. This one has been tight so far. A field goal separating the two sides as this drive kicks off with 1st and 10. Throwing is Smith. That ball flutters to the ground. It's incomplete. Well, fortunate there wasn't a defender right there in the area. Could have been a turnover. Instead, it brings up second down.
Certainly not one of his better throws, but what I've loved out of this quarterback today, Mike, was just how aggressive he's remained throughout the entire course of the game. Continue to push the ball downfield. Even if it falls incomplete, it opens up everything else in this passing game, and they've had their way so far today.
That ball incomplete. Got the hands in there to break it up. Could have been a big gainer. Instead, it sets up a third down.
I know it fell for an incompletion, but pretty impressive. He was able to push that ball really far downfield as he was being hit. Really says a lot about the arm strength that this quarterback has.
He gets that one complete to his tight end Bowers. A gain of 24 through the air. First down, Vegas.
Third downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball. Winning on third downs, that is a recipe for success.
They'll turn and hand this one off. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
The goal of every offense, Mike, is to find a way to establish a balance between the run and the pass. With some success here early on the ground, will open up things as the game unfolds for the quarterback in this passing game.
Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. And they're going to get him down this time. Not as easy as the last carry. This time they drop him behind the line of scrimmage. Second down.
Anytime the running back is forced to chop his feet in the background and never get to top speed, you know that play's not going anywhere. That's exactly what the defense was able to force here by getting penetration. Great job there, stopping this play before he had a chance to even get started.
Back to the ground. He'll get it again. And he'll get maybe about 4 yards out of that one. Lane closed quickly. And here comes third down. Man in motion here is Tucker. From the shotgun, Smith. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
I'd say one of the most critical elements of a dynamic offense, Mike, is how efficient are you on third down? It's something these teams stress all week. Here's an opportunity to continue to extend this drive. The defense wins this time and brings up fourth down.
This one off the upright. He had the distance, but it's no good. And this is going to remain a 3-point game.
Mike, I'll tell you, off his foot, I thought he had it the entire way. I mean, sometimes you get lucky and the ball kind of kicks in off the upright, but other times you don't. And in this case, the upright sent it right back.
So they come to the line for first down and 10. Man in motion here is Washington. He's going to run out of time. They get to him and bring him down.
Really nice start for this defense here early through the first quarter. Two different players each recording a sack. Offensive line's going to have to get together on the sideline with their coach and identify where's the weakness in our protection, how can we get extra bodies and extra attention, because we still got a long way to go in this one.
So after the loss on first, here's 2nd and 14. Opening carry of the game for the speedster, Devon Achane. And the defense there to meet him. They'll hold him to 2 and bring up third down. Tua. Give him 13 on that screenplay and a first down.
These third down conversions are just so important. Like everybody stresses, we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. So if you want to stay on the field, you better be good on third down.
Man in motion here is Washington. They fake the jet sweep and give it up the middle. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
I'll tell you what, Mike, this is a guy that you do not want to have tap in space. The footwork, the agility, the ability to go side to side and then still have the burst and explosiveness to pick up big yards. I mean, this guy is a handful.
Off play action, it's Tua. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
At this level, you just would expect a little bit better execution and accuracy on those intermediate throws. I think he had an opportunity there for a nice pickup. Off target, off rhythm, and ends up getting away from him.
On second down, here's Tungo Vailoa. This one complete to Washington. And they'll work this close to a first down, maybe just a tad short.
Well, let's give some credit to the big boys up front in the trenches. They knew that blitz was coming. They held up just long enough that the quarterback could get that ball out safely and results in a completion.
Hill brought in motion. Look wide. Get this one complete. And he's taken down on what should be the final play of this first quarter. So a big third down hookup takes us to the break. It's the Dolphins with the early lead. And we're back in Vegas after this. From 6 yards out, it's first and goal. They'll motion the tight end Smith. Tua to throw again. He pulls it in around the 5. And he's in. Jonnu Smith. Touchdown, Miami.
Now remember back, Mike, their first drive, they had to settle for 3. So they definitely didn't want to have to do that again. So really solid drive from start to end, and they're finally able to cap it off with a touchdown.
Jason Sanders on for the point after. He's got it. And the Dolphins are out to a 10-0 lead. After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. Abdullah now to return. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The Raiders offense starting to trot out for this next possession. And nothing doing from the offense just yet. Down 10-0 as they come up with first and 10. They'll go play action. It's Smith. First down throw there is incomplete.
I think he just rushed that decision just a little bit downfield. I mean, it's one thing to trust your guy to make a play in tight coverage, but I think if he was a little bit more patient in his progression, there was an easier throw out there that wouldn't make him have to throw such a tight window ball and put his receiver in a tight spot.
From the pistol, Smith. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
As this offense continues to put anything together and score some points, they need to just take a step back. Then you say, okay, we've struggled here in the first half putting points on the scoreboard. Don't worry about chasing points. Let's chase first downs. Let's chase completions. Just start building something small. And oftentimes when you take that approach, it snowballs, and next thing you know, you find your groove.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Not exactly the type of drive to write home about, Mike. 3 passes, 3 incompletions, no yards gained. And I really can't blame any of these fans who have continued to voice their frustration, especially after that last series of play calls.
Here's A.J. Cole now, as he's on to punt for the second time. A fair catch. He's going to call it and take it right around his own 30-yard line. Out comes Miami and the offense to get started on their next drive. They've got the 10-0 advantage here early, and they'll see if they can add to it. Beginning on this drive, 1st and 10. Hill brought in motion. Right away, they'll try a jet sweep. And nothing cooking on that one. He'll be met and tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
The timing of the jet sweep is critical. If you can get the ball carrier past the end man on the line, typically there's a lot of space downfield, but give credit to the defense. They saw this one play out, they reacted quickly, and they're able to throw him down for a loss.
On play action, it's Tagovailoa. Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him. Christian Wilkins, the former Dolphin, in there to bring him down.
This has been a tough sequence right out of the jump. You work all week on your opening script, and they're usually the plays that you feel the best about to try to establish some sort of early rhythm, but through 2 plays, run and pass, all they've done is go backwards.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. Now Tua. They'll set up the receiver screen with Waddle. They needed 19, and that is exactly what they got, and they convert on 3rd and long.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play, and it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest. And that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
They'll fake the handoff. Now, Tua. He bought all the time he could, but he's going to be taken down as he couldn't get a throw away.
Having a dominant pass rush so often translates to wins. And that's hardly been the case here, Mike, and they're able to add another sack to their total before half, and that's great. But somehow they still find themselves trailing, and that's the only thing that matters.
They'll toss it here to Achane. And that is going nowhere in a hurry. Finally taken down well behind the line.
Well, there hasn't been a whole lot for this crowd to be excited about on either side of the ball, but at least now the defense is trying to be that spark. Nice tackle for loss there. Can they do something to build upon to try to get this team going?
From the gun, here's Tua. Sending it deep for Waddle. Now Sanders on for the extra point. His kick is good. And the Dolphins move further out in front. It is now 17-0. After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. On the return, it is Trey Tucker. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Raiders offense ready to see what they can do. They trail this one 17-0 now. Really need to find some inspiration, some momentum on this drive, as they'll begin here with first down. Man in motion here is Tucker. On 1st and 10, here's Smith. The pressure gets there, and down he goes. A sack.
In what's been a pretty one-sided affair from the opening whistle, it just seems like it continues to get worse. This defense, they know they have them on the edge, and they continue to rush the quarterback the way they are. I'm not sure what this offense can do come the second half.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Gino to throw. They'll try to set up the screen here. Well, they'll get some of the sack yardage back, but it's still going to leave them with 3rd down. They go play action with Smith. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Mike, when you're completing less than 35% of your passes, you're just not going to win a lot of games in the NFL. He's just too erratic throughout the course of the game. Sometimes it's exactly how they practiced, and at other times, it looks like they've never practiced at all.
And that is good coverage by the punt team as they meet him and bring him down. The Dolphins offense and receiver Jalen Waddle getting ready to go back to work. The lead is 17 as they try to maybe pull away in this one. It is 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground. It's Achane. Nice job finding the seam. Gain of about 9. Just a yard short of that 1st down. A good spot here. 2nd and a yard. In motion, it's Waddle. Once again, it's Achane. And he'll get the 1st down there, a pickup of about 5 yards.
This offense, they're not interested in taking the deep shot here. 2nd and short, the way they're running the ball, pound the rock, reset the downs, and just keep the drive alive.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. A shotgun snap for Tua. Nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down.
If they win this game, this pass rush is going to be a big reason why. The 5 sacks speak for itself, but their ability to disrupt the timing of this offense, that can't be overstated.
They'll motion the tight end, Smith. He'll get this out wide. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line.
Really nice job there to move the chains early in this drive, but now as they approach midfield, continue to keep your foot on the gas. Don't get conservative. Don't start sitting on the ball. Cross midfield and go. Anytime you find yourself on your opponent's side of the field, you have to be thinking points.
Tua, gonna give it to Achane. Whoa! That's another first down, another big play. The defense has some issues. Gain of 18.
The offensive line doing a great job opening these run lanes. They have been there this entire first half, and I think if I'm this play caller, until the defense makes an adjustment and takes it away, I think I'm just going to keep turning around and handing it to that guy.
On the handoff, this is Achane. Fighting off tacklers, pushing his way forward. Good gain of about 4. Here's a 2nd and 6. Two minutes to go here till halftime. We'll return to Las Vegas after this. Here's 2nd and 6. Out of the gun, Tagovailoa. He'll get this over the middle to Smith. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9.
Not a whole lot complicated about this play, Mike. That was understanding where the holes of the defense were. Remember, in this zone coverage, you got to find green grass. Get past the first down marker, be friendly to the quarterback, and then the ball has to be out on time before those zone defenders can react to the receiver.
And he's into the end zone. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown, Miami. And the show continues. What a first half he's had, Greg. A 3rd touchdown pass with that one.
Mike, what stood out to me the most so far is just the amount of space these guys have had to operate in. I think if I'm this defensive coordinator, me and my staff at halftime are revisiting this game plan. They obviously felt good about it coming in, but I don't think there's anything to feel good about thus far.
Sanders here for the extra point. He's got it. And the Dolphins are able to extend out to a 24-0 lead. After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. On the return, here comes Tucker. And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. The Vegas offense ready to get rolling again. They'll try to get this a bit more respectable before the break. It has not been their half to this point. Let's see what they do on this drive. First down now. From the gun, it's Gino. That's a short one, caught by Bowers. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Smith. Looking middle of the field, it's complete. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line.
It's been a rough first half, but now as we approach halftime, Mike, you got to start getting some wins. And it could be something small like we just saw here. Some positive plays, build a little confidence on that sideline. So as you go into halftime, you have something to build on.
Smith to throw on 1st and 10. That's caught left side by Bowers. And he's going to have a 1st down here as they are into field goal range at the 27.
That last completion's going to go a long way towards at least finishing this 2-minute drive, Mike, with some points. You're already in field goal range, so now the idea is continue to work the clock down, take a couple shots at the end zone. You want to get points, ideally a touchdown, but either way, you have the ball last before the end of the second quarter.
First time these two have connected this afternoon, and it'll wind up being a 1st down. Working out of the gun, Smith, and he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver even knew what was going on. That's incomplete.
Well, it's pretty clear the main reason why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the inefficiency of this offense and primarily out of the quarterback position. I mean, to complete less than half of your pass attempts, it just makes it very hard to compete at a high level consistently in the NFL. And if they want to find themselves having any chance of getting back into this game and winning this one, he's going to have to get a lot better with the ball.
And the Raiders have got a 1st and goal. He's out of bounds at the 4-yard line. A gain there of 13 yards. What an important sequence this is, trying to get one of those scores back before halftime in a great spot. 1st down and goal. That one is caught in the back of the end zone. Touchdown, Raiders.
Well, after being shut out in the first half, it has to feel good for this offense, Mike, to just get on the board, get something going. But now the question we have to ask is there enough time to come all the way back?
Yeah, just some belief, right, Greg? Just let's watch these guys on the next few drives. Did that give them a look? And I believe the referee was buzzed by the replay officials, indicating let's get a closer look at this. They trigger this automatically in the last 2 minutes of the half. So, ruled a touchdown originally. They didn't find any reason to overturn it, and it stays on the board. Daniel Carlson on to attempt the extra point. He's got it. And the Raiders try to climb back into this one. It's now 24-7. Halftime, coming close, and not much time left as this one is kicked away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. Devon Achane ready to take the field with the rest of his Miami offensive teammates. They'll begin with 1st and 10. And they're just going to run it here up the middle. He'll move it ahead for about 3 yards. Tommy Eichenberg, the former Buckeye, in there on the tackle. So we're at the half, and the visiting Dolphins are in the lead. As we send you to Orlando, we'll check in with the coach. Jonathan Coachman has the EA Sports halftime report.
Okay, Mike, thank you. More from you and Greg in a moment. But for now, welcome one and all to our EA Sports halftime reports. This was an extremely one-sided first half. One team showed up, ready to go. The other's been in a daze thus far, but there's still plenty of time left for this one to tighten up significantly.
Coach, thank you. Back here on EA Sports as we count down to the kickoff of the second half. Very one-sided first half of action. Will we get a turnaround? Let's find out. The third quarter is underway. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. Now, Tua and the Miami offense head out for their next possession. And we show you some of the highlights, and there have been plenty to choose from. 3 touchdown passes and some other big-time throws as well. Certainly dialed in and on top of his game right throughout this one. First and 10. Man in motion here is Washington. And he's not going to get too far, tackled after a gain of just a yard. Here's a 2nd and 9. They'll motion the tight end, Smith. On the ground is H.A. Whoa! And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one.
Pretty much just more of the same from what we saw with this back in the first half. And he doesn't need much. He gets a little bit of space, and then he can create the rest. It's the combination of patience, vision, and then the burst to hit the hole once he sees it. This guy's been a handful all day.
2 and out on first down. That is caught left side by Waddle. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
These crossing concepts are frequently used, Mike, throughout the entire game, all across the league. And what it does is it creates a lot of natural rubs. You run out the backside of the defense and rely heavily on the yards after the catch, and it's exactly how they're able to pick up this big game.
From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. Back to throw is Tua. That one into the hands of Hill. And he's close to another first down as he's brought down just shy of the marker. Here's 2nd and 2. They'll motion the tight end, Smith. Tua gonna throw. That's caught by Smith on the right side. And he'll try to use that size and push forward, but it will not work. They're gonna get him down behind the line.
Truth be told, the tight end probably would have been better off dropping that ball. But let's talk about this corner. Not only diagnosing the play, but being physical enough to bring the big tight end down for a loss.
They'll motion the tight end, Smith. 3rd and 2, Tungo Bailoa. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a first down.
The most impressive thing about this drive, Mike, has really just been their efficiency. They've just continued to pick up first downs, fresh sets of downs. We just saw there with that third down conversion, continue to possess the ball. These opportunities to come away with points continue to go up.
Now a first down throw for Tua. Over the middle, it's taken in by Waddle. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. They'll motion the tight end, Smith. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And the Dolphins are going to have a 1st and goal coming up. He's out of bounds right around the 5-yard line. That one good for 15 and a first down.
Just seems like every year, Mike, the tight end position just continues to grow within the passing game and establishes a bigger and bigger role. And listen, I know I'm biased, but if you want to have a good passing game, you better have a good tight end.
5 yards from the house. They've got it 1st and goal. In motion is Hill. Here's Achane. He'll get maybe a yard down to the 4-yard line. Inside the 5, it is 2nd and goal. They'll motion the tight end, Smith. One more time, it's Achane. Let's give him a yard down to the 3-yard line. Big play coming up, 3rd and goal. Hill brought in motion. They'll run with Achane. And he's so close to breaking the plane, but the official's going to come in and mark him short. So now it's 4th down.
How about this for a goal line stand, Mike? Your back's against a wall, back-to-back plays you hold tight. They set themselves up here to defend a 4th and goal try.
So instead of going for the first down, in comes the field goal unit. Bit of a surprise here. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Dolphins add on to their lead.
I think at this point in the game, Mike, when you have things under control, not only were they able to hold on to the ball for a while, they still were able to manage to add 3 points.
So Sanders back out after making the field goal. He sends this one away. To return is Tucker. And he's brought down right at the 35-yard line. The Raiders offense and their wide receiver getting ready to get back to work. They are in need of points in a big way as they set out on 1st and 10. From the shotgun, Smith. Throw left side, but that's going to be incomplete.
It's always a risky decision anytime a quarterback tries to force the ball, especially into those tightly contested areas. Not a lot of daylight, not a lot of room for error. In this case, it just falls simply as an incomplete. But as this game unfolds, better decisions are going to lead to better results.
Now, a 2nd down throw for Smith. He's going to look for the home run ball. He's got it! And he has got this one all the way down to the 2-yard line.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone, and this is where you have to finish drives.
Well, a chance to get right back in it here. First down and goal. To throw, here's Smith. That's to the end zone, but they can't connect. It's incomplete.
They went for it all on that one and just a little bit off. Ball winds up hitting the ground. They've got to move forward. The opportunities are out there. Better execution, better location, and they got some big plays in their future.
He'll try to run this one in. And he will take this one across into the end zone. Touchdown, Vegas. Now Carlson to add the extra point. He knocks it through. And the Raiders are able to edge a bit closer. Here's Carlson now. He'll kick this one off, following the touchdown on the other end. On the return, Malik Washington. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. The Dolphins offense and Tua Tagovailoa making their way back out. And he has been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been picked apart. That is borne out in those impressive numbers. He has been terrific all game long. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. Here's Tagovailoa. That's over the middle and caught by Smith. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. Come to the line now on 2nd and 2. Fake the handoff. Now, Tua. Sending it deep for Waddle. A very quick throw there, but not on the same page with his target. That's incomplete. Jalen Waddle, the intended target. Now it's going to be third down.
I'm not sure if it's this big lead or if it's just this second half pressure getting to him, but that's just a careless throw by the quarterback, and don't let this lead fool you. Throws like that can change this game in an instant, and this defense knows they gave him one, and they let him off the hook.
In motion is Hill. They'll stay on the ground with Achan. Still keeping the legs moving, somehow managing to turn that into a gain. Here's 2nd and 9. Hill brought in motion. They'll fake the handoff. Now, Tua. That's complete to Smith. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple, and it sets up third down. Hill brought in motion. Throwing on third down, Tungo Vailoa. And that is incomplete. They couldn't hook up there. As time has expired, the third quarter has come to an end. So, on fourth down, it's Jake Bailey to punt for the Dolphins. Back deep, it's Trey Tucker. Oh, but he cannot get away. Great job down there to hold him to a short return. The home team's offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. The deficit is double digits, so work to do as they begin this drive with 1st and 10. Drive will start on the ground. Not much there, maybe a yard. In motion is Myers. On second down, Smith. That one caught by Tucker. And they'll mark him down up beyond the 30.
It's been tough sledding for this offense all day today, Mike, but especially here in the second half. So they are just in desperate need of a spark. Just something to get their offense into a little bit of a rhythm if they want to have any chance to find themselves back into this game here late.
Now a run on first down. And he'll take this forward for about 3. It's second down. Smith now. And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver even knew what was going on. That's incomplete.
You know, there's a fine line between trusting your arm and having a little bit too much faith in your arm, right? I think this was one of those situations here, Mike, where there was nowhere to go with the ball. He tries to fit that one in there anyway, and he's lucky that it just falls incomplete.
To throw, Smith. Rush comes. They're setting up the screen. Give him 13 on that screen play. And a first down.
Things certainly look a little improbable right now, Mike, but I wouldn't say impossible. I think they've got to capitalize on this possession to pick up some points. Every single possession right now is priceless. Points, possessions, and then they got to get some defensive stops.
So, a pair of first downs moves them out to the 47-yard line. And it's 1st and 10. To throw, it's Smith. Now a loose football. One of his teammates is there to pick it up.
Sometimes these games in the NFL, Mike, they get decided by simply how the ball bounces. I mean, how often do we see a quarterback in the pocket get strip sack and that ball ends up going the other direction? Fortunately for them, they can regroup, get back in the huddle, and live another day. Ball falls into the hands of his own guy, and they'll see if they can dodge this bullet.
They'll try to set up the screen here. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on 3rd down. Oh, maybe a free play as he'll look to throw it. Finding his tight end, Mayer. Set to go now on 1st and 10. And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They've got it inside the 15.
Desperation time now setting here in the fourth quarter. This is where the urgency of your 2-minute offense is so critical. How many plays can you run and how fast can you run them? Because one score is not going to do it. You're going to have to score and get the ball back and end up going down and punching it in again.
On the move at the 14-yard line, it's 1st and 10. A handoff as they try to run it here. Just pushing guys away as he takes this forward for a gain of 7. Second down and 3. Smith to throw. That's hauled in at the 2. And he is close to the pylon, but they say he's not in. But he's got the next best thing. No touchdown, but a first down. It's 1st and goal.
And this is the blueprint, Mike. The ability to sustain and maintain possession and methodically move the ball down the field in the process. The defense has had no answers up until this point, and now the next step is, can they come away with 6?
And he will score! Game on! Touchdown, Las Vegas. That is 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. Carlson now for the extra point. The kick is good. And the Raiders are back within 6. So, things a little more interesting now. Back to a 1-score game as they kick it away. Washington now to return it. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Dolphins offense and running back Devon Achane set to go to work once more. And it's hard to believe you could run the ball a whole lot better than he has. The vision, the cutback ability, the acceleration, the stats. It has all been on display throughout. Here's 1st and 10. Hill brought in motion. On the ground to start the drive, it's Achane. The hole closes quickly. He'll pick up about 3. Second and 7. Sending a receiver right. Play action. Tagovailoa. That one broken up. It's incomplete. All over him down the field. It'll set up 3rd down.
Well, not exactly breaking news here, Mike. They got speed on the perimeter that just not a lot of teams in the NFL have. So even though that ball falls incomplete, I think they have to continue to do it. Continue to pressure this defense and make them defend the entire field. Because as they're worried about him running by them, there is a lot of space open underneath. When you get the ball in this situation, what you're looking to do is not only end the drive with a touchdown to put the game away, but you'd love to chew up some clock. So with that incomplete pass now likely putting an end to this series, that's a big opportunity for them to try to close this game out.
Fair catch called and made right there at the 25-yard line. The home team's offense ready for this next possession. The deficit, 6 points. A touchdown here would be mighty nice for the offense. See what they can do on this drive. 1st and 10. Man in motion here is Tucker. They'll begin here on the ground. He'll be taken down after a gain of 2. Second down and 8. From the gun, it's Gino. Now he'll air one out. That one knocked away. It is incomplete. Very good job defensively. Stayed right with him and will bring up 3rd down.
I think the biggest issue and why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the ups and downs of this passing game. At sometimes, he's highly accurate and efficient, but at others, he just misses too many easy throws. Question is, are they going to be able to overcome
Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him. That is Bradley Chubb. Tough to stop. He comes up with the sack.
We're starting to see in these passing situations, Mike, this defensive line is starting to have their way against this group up front because right now, their pass protection is breaking down and his quarterback's paying the price for it.
The Raiders have their punt team out there. They'll be forced to punt, trailing here in the 4th quarter. On the return, here's Washington. And he'll get forward a few yards on the return. And that's where the offense will take over. The Dolphins offense and their big play wideout getting set for their next possession. They work with a 6-point advantage as they start this drive on 1st and 10. Now it's Tua. This throw right side is caught by Hill. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield.
Seemed like the receiver, Mike, ran through like 5 different open zones, but once he found the one that he liked where the quarterback was expecting him, you see him do a nice job throttling down, secures the catch, and he's able to pick up a nice game.
2 minutes remain in the 4th quarter. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. Here's H.A. Open space to the 35. And he'll be taken down. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. Man in motion here is Washington. A run out of the gun with Achane. And he'll get 2 on this one before being taken down. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. Here's a give to Achane. And he'll get this ahead. Gain of about 4. And it leads to 3rd down. Hill brought in motion. They'll drop to throw. And he'll take it on in. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown, Dolphins. 2 touchdowns for him now on the afternoon. That is yet another touchdown pass. What a game he is having, throwing his 4th touchdown score of the game.
It's one thing, Mike, to throw 4 touchdowns, but it's really the ease in which he's carved this defense up that has stood out the most. The defense has had no answers for this passing game, and he has just completely had his way with this group.
Now, here's the Dolphins and Tua going for 2. Man in motion here is Washington. They'll run right here. It's Achane. And he will get into the end zone and bump the lead up by 2 more.
Not a real complicated breakdown needed here, Mike. In short yardage situations like that, if you have confidence in both your back and your offensive line, sometimes it's the simplest plays that have the best results.
After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. On the return, here comes Tucker. Good return here. Brings it up to the 33-yard line. The home team's offense ready to take over once more. And look, they've been out of sorts throughout, Greg. They haven't had any answer for this pass rush all game.
Yeah, and it's really showing up in the sacks and also just in their ability to prevent any yards, any completions. This has just been a dominant pass defense performance here, and everything starts with the rush. The quarterback's uncomfortable. The clock gets sped up. He's got guys in his face. It's a lot easier to play defensive back and in some of these coverage units when you know that ball's got to come out fast, and right now they're teeing off and taking advantage of it.
Smith to throw on first down. And unable to connect there. It's incomplete.
You hear quarterback coaches say it all the time. Let's get our guy easy completions. Well, that falls certainly into that category, Mike, but when you fail to connect on those, it just ends up being a wasted down.
They'll try again here. It's 2nd and 10. Play action now. It's Geno. That's caught downfield by Tucker. And he's going to take this into the end zone. Sensational play for the moment. There's a marker down. I don't think he's going to like the result of this flag. Oh, as costly as they come. The holding call wipes away what would have been a long touchdown. Now, on 2nd and long. Now, Geno. He gets this one to Tucker. And he'll be taken down after a gain of 9, and 3rd down coming up.
The receiver thought he had a nice soft spot in that zone coverage, and he settles down to give a nice target to the quarterback. But the defense had eyes on him the entire time. Secure rally tackle prevents that from turning into a big play.
That's caught. Left side. It's complete. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
And this is where the speed of your inside receivers are so critical. He lines up in the right slot. But, Mike, look how far he covers to where he ended up receiving that ball. You can't have all day. Those defensive linemen, they are coming after your quarterback. So the speed in the slot is critical. That's a great example why.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
It's been a bit of a pedestrian game for this quarterback and ultimately this passing game here today, Mike, and I know they all would have loved to connect on that deep throw. I think that stat sheet would have looked a whole lot different, but just a little off in their execution and leads to an incompletion.
Throwing on second down, Smith. And he's going to go down yet again. He has been under fire all game long.
Just can't seem to get anything going on every ensuing snap. They just continue to go backwards and backwards and backwards. They've got to find a way on first and second down to stay ahead of the chains so third down is not so daunting.
And the final throw of the game winds up incomplete, and that will do it. This one comes to an end. So, a win here for the visiting Dolphins. This was a game where both offenses were up and down the field, marching the ball at will, matching each other point for point. But in the end, got a few more defensive stops than their opponents did. That was the difference in this one. So, that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. With that, we say so long, everyone.